Good morning, family. How are you all doing? Woo! Yesterday was a tough day. I will never look at Burger King or a duffel bag the same way again. Kelly Miller said, "Good morning, CLL fam. Good morning to you." Hello, Linda. JTB actually spoke to her on the phone this morning. Uli's birthday is coming up next week. We will be celebrating next week with her. Fun to ski. Very good reminder. Thank you. She said, don't forget to hit the all messages. That gets me every time. Yep, that's true. That's true. So, I was reading your comments this morning. A lot of people said that really the only solace that they got from the day was when I turned on my camera and everyone saw OJ attack me. I did what I could do. So, you're welcome. Thank God for me and OJ. We have a very special guest here today. My wonderful friend Lisa. We also know her as Snazzy Trinkets Jewelry. Today is her 50th birthday. So before we get to it, let's tell her happy birthday. So glad that she is here today to spend her birthday with us. She turned the big 5-0. You would not know it by looking at her. She looks like one of those chicks from Sex and the City. Totally jealous of her eyes. And I am blessed to know her. She is a wonderful, wonderful person, activist for her friend Beth Ellen, and a friend, and has just been a blessing to meet. Hang on, lean on me. Said, happy birthday. Mine was the 4th, same as Summer Wells. I turned 51. We have a lot of people in the nifty 50 category, do we not? Well, happy belated birthday to you, lean on me. My 50th is just around the corner. I think around that age, I will sell my birthday to True Crime Beat. I'm just going to sell it to her. $1 for every year I've been alive. Are you taking that, TCB? Helen, someone said, am I late? Nope, you are just on time. Just on time. Teardrop will not be in the courtroom today because the strip search violates his constitutional rights. I don't think he understands when all this goes down, he's going to get a different type of strip search when the other inmates know what he did to his daughter, Harmony Montgomery. Now, I'm not going to lie, I am shocked as shit through a goose that he is not going to be there today. Because he has already made it clear to Stepmom that if she breathes a word of this, he's going to kill her. Or he's going to find someone to kill her. So you would think that he was going to be there. All right, they're in court. We can't hear anything yet, so we will just chat. You talk about a coward. Helen said it's surreal. It's like a horror movie. Will anybody after this be able to eat at Burger King again? This morning, JTB said, there's just one right down the block from me. I said, even if they gave me a year's worth of Whoppers with extra cheese, I don't think I could do it. When I think about him sitting there and she's moaning as life is leaving her and he's eating Burger King. Connie, you are so right. The strip search violates his constitutional rights. Harmony had no rights, and when the prosecuting attorney spoke about him putting her in the duffel bag, and he gave us a reminder. Remember, they were living in the car. All of their earthly possessions are in that trunk. So he had to stuff her little 35-pound body into that trunk. He is the worst. He makes Don Wells look like a good dude. I know some people are going to be like, oh no, Don Wells is the worst. No, Teardrop is horrible. Horrible. If him and Letitia Stout had a child together, it would be like that Chucky doll. That crazy Chucky. Walking evil is what he is. And I do understand that there are many channels streaming this. Some of these channels have never spoken about Harmony Montgomery before. Go figure. But the fact that you are here and watching it with us, you know how passionate Just Me is about this case. I'm telling you, she's a walking encyclopedia about the Harmony Montgomery case. I think she has been on every show, whether it be on panel or in chat, modding, whatever. This case has hit her really hard. So, throughout this testimony from Stepmom, check on our friend Susan, because she's not going to be okay. Christina, good morning. Before they turn on the volume, let me ask, what was the hardest part about yesterday's testimony for you? I know a lot of people were really upset about Uncle Kevin. I get it. I didn't like that he had to be subpoenaed as opposed to being a voluntary witness. We can just basically see that the whole circle failed her. Christina said the ceiling tile. The red cooler took my breath away. The red cooler. Gaelic girl said the damn social worker. Just Me said, Levi, I enjoyed your rant last night. I got to catch up. I'll watch that over the weekend. Slim said the DCFS workers screwed my mind up. Amba in the house. I met Amba through this case. Where's Amy in Boston? Or Jane Bond? Where is she? Because she changed her name. Snazzy, I missed yesterday. Sounds like I missed a lot. Yeah, it's on my playlist. Feel free to watch it. It's not an easy watch. Now, towards the middle, I turn on the camera and OJ attacks me. That seemed to be the only solace anyone got out of the day, watching me get attacked by my cat. But I'm just a 5'4" can opener for OJ, so he doesn't really find it necessary to give me much respect. All right, they're opening the door. You are so right, Wist. Harmony matters as much as anyone in that courtroom does. She is the most important. And for her father to not even get off of his cot and show up to court is ridiculous. He was a big, tough man when he was getting all those women hooked on drugs, and yep, they have a part to play in this too. Stealing guns, selling guns, shooting people in the face, abusing the hell out of Harmony. He was a big, tough guy then. He wore that teardrop on his face proudly. But he can't face this. Amba said, I will say I feel more bad for Crystal after knowing cops confirmed she really was trying to get in contact with Harmony. Not having parental rights sucks. That did upset me a little bit, but then I had to remind myself why she had no parental rights. And I'm glad that that actually came out because it's always been a question. Did she have rights to Harmony or not? The social workers had removed Harmony from her care 3 times. Fun to Ski said, what does TGE mean? I'm slow. I don't know. What does TGE mean, guys? Is that like initials for someone in here? Anyone know? Anyone? Bueller. Helen said, what a world. That's what I'm saying. Nursey, you read my mind. Harmony never had a chance. Harmony never had a chance with all the people around her. Not one grandparent, not one aunt, uncle, great-grandparent, her own mother, the many girlfriends that Teardrop had. Not one person, including Kim Frayne, Chris Frayne. Wiss said, Crystal gave up 2 kids she did not try, in my opinion. Well, we know Kayla didn't try. And I'm on pins and needles as to what she's going to say today. It better not change at all from what she's already told them in order to get that proffer agreement. Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to put the link up if anybody wants to come up and chat. Connie said, who is the first witness? I don't know. Fox News said that Kayla will be testifying today, though. And it's not going to be a short testimony. It's not going to be hop on the stand and hop off. At all. I mean, here's a snippet of what Kayla told investigators. Let me get my glasses. Oh, OJ, thank you for chewing those up. Kayla stated that at, what's that word? Oh, some point after Harmony's body was in the refrigerator, we're talking about the house on Union Street, Adam transferred Harmony's body from the Under Armour duffel bag into a new bag. Kayla stated that this happened in the bathroom. Kayla stated that on the day in question, Adam spent 4 to 6 hours inside of the bathroom at 644 Union Street, number 2, with the shower running. Kayla then described Adam as placing Harmony's dead body inside of what she described as a Catholic Medical Center maternity bag. This bag was much smaller than the Under Armour duffel bag, and it would not likely fit Harmony's body unless it was dismembered. Good morning to my friend Susan.
Good morning.
You already sound armed for bear.
I am, and I won't be up here for long because I just can't. Yesterday really did me in.
Did you see OJ attack me?
I did not. I was probably out for that, waiting on calls. That never happened. It was a nightmare yesterday.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you today when you told me about that. I could just see you with that going on.
I was not good company yesterday, and my daughter took the brunt of it, thankfully.
Yeah. Well, OJ wasn't good company yesterday, and I took the brunt of it. You know, here I turn on the camera for OJ to see everybody, and he just goes crazy cat on me.
Oh, my goodness. What was up with him?
Oh, he didn't want to be picked up. He wants attention when he wants it. That's it.
Well, at least he'll let you pick him up occasionally. Kitty won't. Nope.
Yeah, but he slept on me all night. Okay, so Kayla said the bag was much smaller than the Under Armour duffel bag. It would not likely fit Harmony's body unless it was dismembered or grossly distorted. Now, we also know that Teardrop bought lime at the Home Depot.
Was it lime or lye?
Lime.
Okay.
Kayla described an odor coming from the bathroom and saw streams coming from the bathroom when Adam would open the door. Kayla recalled the event
God.
of dressing supplies in the bathroom when Adam had finished up. Kayla stated that afterwards, Adam placed the CMC maternity bag inside of the freezer at 644 Union Street. As we know, they removed that refrigerator. That was a show that Susan and I did a couple of years ago. I think that was in June of 2022 we did that.
Yeah, I think so. I know
because when we saw them,
I was blown away. They're going down in the sewers and pulling out refrigerators. I was sick.
Midwest has a question. She said, I'm a little behind on this case. He pled guilty to 2 charges. The charges he pled guilty to are not murder, and they are not intimidating Kayla. It has to do with the movement of Harmony's body. So he's going to be convicted for those 2 things because he pled guilty to those. So he will definitely get sentenced for those, but he's still on trial for Harmony's murder. True Crime Beat said that's when Coffindaffer was an expert on fridges. Yeah, with everything going on that week at Union Street, all Jennifer Coffindaffer could talk about is how the FBI would have to replace the refrigerator. I'm like, are you not getting what's going on?
She's crazy.
And now we know.
That's the last thing on your mind is replacing a refrigerator. Who the hell cares? It's a child.
Yeah, we know why they took the refrigerator. They said biological evidence, because 2 months later, August of 2022, biological evidence told them that Harmony is no longer alive and that Teardrop is going down for murder.
He is so sick. I mean, God, I have no words. He thinks he's going to get away with this.
He thinks that. And the question is, and this is opinion only, do you believe Harmony's body will ever be found?
Sadly, I don't. So unfair.
Barb said the DA is able to disclose that he pled guilty of other crimes. Yes, that's already been, that's going to be part of the jury instructions. So they basically are only going to be hearing, they have to make decisions on murder now.
Offering of a body. And there was another one. I can't think of what it was.
You sound muffled.
I'm sorry, this bad connection here. I'm trying to think of the charges. I don't have my notes in front of me.
Here, hang on, I'll get them. I should have already had this up. Let's see if all 4 load. Okay, charge 1 is 2nd-degree murder for recklessly causing the death of Harmony Montgomery. a person under 13 years of age, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by repeatedly striking Harmony Montgomery in the head with a closed fist in Manchester on or about December 7th. So he did not plead guilty to that.
No, because he's a coward.
Yep. Tampering with witnesses or informants for purposely attempting to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely in Manchester between December 7th, 2019 and January 4th, 2022. Did he plead guilty to that? Let me think. Hang on.
I can't remember. That's why I said I can't remember.
Yeah, abuse of a corpse for purposely or unlawfully removing, concealing, or destroying the corpse of Harmony. He pled guilty to that. Okay, he pled guilty to physical evidence and abuse of a corpse.
Yeah.
Intimidating, stepmeth, and murder is what they have to decide.
Yeah. And that's what she gets for being his ride or die bitch.
Yep.
You don't feel the same, honey.
Mm-hmm. And sadly, I don't think she'll be found either. Barb, what do you mean? Barb said, how many interviews did Adam do? I mean, he had an interrogation where he lawyered up and they got him out of the car when he was sleeping and they spoke to him on body cam. That's all we're aware of. I don't know what you mean by interviews. I have a whole playlist you can go through, Barb, for Harmony. Spread love, not hate, said, I apologize ahead of time for my snarkiness this morning. He makes me want to cuss so bad. Justice for Harmony. You're in
good company.
You're in good company.
We're all cussing.
Here's a question from Amba everyone can answer.
Nope.
Does anyone think Adam will take the stand in his own defense? Well,
he ain't coming to court. He's a damn coward.
Well, right now, he's so worried about someone playing with his bunghole, he won't even show up because he doesn't want to be strip searched.
Well, I don't know, though. Now that I'm double thinking about it, he might come and try to throw her under the bus more. Think he's going to convince everybody that it was Kayla.
Mm-hmm.
He might.
He might.
But it won't be while they're roasting him.
Nope. Maybe when it's the defense's turn. I don't know.
I don't know. Be nice to see him cross-examined. Nah, I don't think he will.
I don't think he could stand being cross-examined, like you said. Oh, here they come.
Good morning. Please be seated. I understand you.
Mute me because I'm going to be cut.
Okay. Well, they muted us again.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be the shits if Kayla doesn't show up today. She is the star witness. She got the 18 months to tell them what he did to Harmony. They forget. They made a deal with the devil when they gave her that deal. It's a sweetheart of a deal.
Wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Because right now, I mean, they are 20 minutes behind schedule. Where's Kayla? Or their first witness. Kayla might not be the first witness. Fox News said she's going to be on today.
I don't know. Be nice if they put the list of what order they go in.
And I'm really surprised when I saw the witness list that a lot of the people from the gun trial aren't going to be there because Kim Frayne, I didn't see her on the list. I could have missed it. It's happened before. She spoke of seeing Harmony.
I just hope they sew this up and they have all the evidence they need for him to be put away forever, if not on the death penalty. He don't have any reason to be free. No one's safe.
Barb said she can rescind that agreement with Kayla. Who is she? Because if Kayla doesn't show up to testify, she'll be in jail a lot longer than 18 months. She's got to give up her part of the bargain. Susie Sue said maybe she's ashamed to testify. She should be ashamed. Everybody that was on that stand yesterday, you could tell, are guilty of sin.
Mm-hmm.
Barb said maybe he's pleading guilty. That's why it's late.
Doubtful.
That would be wonderful.
That would be wonderful, but it's doubtful. I've never seen him do anything that didn't give him some kind of pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
He's never done anything for Harmony.
And those sentences for falsifying evidence and tampering with the corpse, that's basically another 16 years. Well, he's already going to be in there for 60 for the guns.
Right.
And thank you for the super sticker, Barb. Yeah, someone's on the phone right now. So they're either having a transport problem with Kayla. Something's going down right now. Peach State Mama said, listening to this case, I've never been so heartbroken but pissed off at the same time.
I'm there with you.
Yep.
I keep waiting for him to say something. Come on, dude. Talk.
Yeah, this dude's got a lot of phone calls going on. I'm perplexed. And I'm very impressed with the diligence of the Manchester. I'm very impressed with the diligence of the Manchester Police Department. You know, the judge not screwing around with him, and the fact they had a jury picked in one day. We know in the case of Gannon, it took quite a while to find a jury, but they had a jury picked in one day, and it is rolling. They're not wasting any time with this.
I guess they're going to transport her now. I'll bring her in from the holding room.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now he's radioing someone. Chrissy said it makes him look so terrible. Yeah, it does. And let me tell you, the defense, their job is to discredit Kayla. Their job is to put doubt into just one juror's mind. That's it, just one. Not all 12, just one. It's only going to take one to get this train off the tracks. However, the victim shaming on Harmony, I'm pretty sure, has already turned the jurors' stomachs. What did you think about that, Susan?
You know how I felt about it. I don't know. You can't blame a baby.
No.
It isn't right, and I don't like it. How is it her fault? I don't explain that one to me.
Great question. How is it her fault? Okay, there his defense team is there.
Does not have cuffs on her hands. Just we'll leave her there. We'll bring the jurors in and then we'll bring her in. Okay. All right. All rise for the jury, please. Oh.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the Stepmom Kayla Montgomery. Kayla, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Make yourself some water there. Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire,
How long have you been there?
for over a year.
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
For perjury, for lying to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was scared and I was told by Adam to stick with that story, that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came pick me up from work, which I was not working there at the time, he didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
It's what you told the police?
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
a couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges.
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
Why did you stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter, and he started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes. July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah,
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 98
Any objection?
and publish.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published to the jury.
Kayla, what were you and Harmony doing in this photograph?
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
No.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah, and myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when he moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house if you saw it today?
Yes.
Yes?
Kayla, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house. And this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 1 and 2.
They're already full? I think they are
Already
I think they're already full.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, States Exhibit 2, what can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you say she really liked Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 10.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over her room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019,
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. and his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes,
Why?
because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes,
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
yes,
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned,
Yes.
where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you would get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? May we approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you describe it?
Yelling at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had, that I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street.
Who was she at home with?
With Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with the lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after.
What was the new story he told you?
That he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue, purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury?
Yes.
Do you know a Demetrius Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of, and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, what did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrius that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Was there a period in 2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, while they're muted, what do you think? Let's see what Susan thinks. They had her from February 2019 till December 2019. That's
Yeah.
how long it took for his rage.
Mm-hmm. And she's not telling everything. She's sugarcoating a bunch.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch.
Now,
Okay.
why do you think that the toothbrush is significant and that the picture has been entered into evidence?
You know why? She was made to clean the toilet with it.
Yep, that's what I thought too. She was made to clean the toilet. And as far as her covering the baby's mouth, it was
Yeah.
Adam that said, I'm going to go take a dump. You make sure these kids don't cry. She's
Yeah.
a little girl. She doesn't know how to soothe the baby.
She was, that's not the first time. I'll damn well guarantee it. And she knows what's going to happen if that baby cries and bothers him.
Yep.
She's the babysitter. I'm serious. It's like, damned if she does and damned if she doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And she gonna tell me she come home from work and saw that baby's eye was red? Bullshit. If she was hit that hard, it would have been swollen. And it would have been black quickly. Don't tell me that.
When
I'm just,
they showed the picture of the toothbrush, I had to get up and walk away for a minute.
huh? Me too. Me too. It's like, what's coming next?
Ilyanka said she is making BS excuses. Of course, Harmony didn't know how to comfort a baby, especially when she'd never had it herself.
Mm-hmm.
What a great point. Harmony's never had any comforting in her whole life. So how would she know to,
She's a baby.
she's
She
a baby.
don't know how to take care of a baby. And besides, I think at the beginning when she got up on that stand and started crying, she's the one that did the work to get Harmony, not him.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court take judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 is November 22nd.
The court takes judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th, 2019.
Kayla, why were you evicted from the home?
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid.
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
In our car,
What kind of vehicle was it?
a Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the two boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester.
Why Colonial Village?
Because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you tell Mr. Badero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
And so can you just describe this sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat, and Harmony was behind the passenger seat, and the baby Declan was in the middle, and Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes.
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom, and so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in, and she wouldn't tell us that she had used the bathroom.
Was she only peeing, or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot, like at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
Getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean, that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung smacks,
What makes you say hurt, stung smacks?
because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with a comforter that we had in the car,
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in an accident, a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha, Scott,
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time.
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between.
And where was Seamus?
In his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned a Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was a intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a four-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes. So she was covered with a blanket.
Were there other people, specific individuals that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from?
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero. And when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her. She didn't see her. But she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
It's the date that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 89.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second page. And this page, paying careful attention to the times.
Okay.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to strike ID of State's Exhibit 89 and mark as full.
Any objection? No objection. The ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Kayla, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot.
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habit Opco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights he would go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And you've said there were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, I wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
You said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes,
Tell the jurors what you did to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looks at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either gonna hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, like, kind of. Like, between the red lights, and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other two children at that time?
In the back seat.
What were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No.
Did he stop after that?
Shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. But he felt something.
When he said that he thinks he really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat.
Did you go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No. I don't remember going in there.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids.
Where were you when you ate the food?
In the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
Now, the kids were behind you at that point.
Yes.
Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle, Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit or if it was before.
That moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Did Adam?
No.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
Probably we were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point.
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. When you say Harmony had passed away, when did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, like, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk and and put her in the duffel bag.
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
They had the 2 other kids and I was scared.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up and put her in there.
Yes.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
That's Anthony Badero.
Yes.
Where was the snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam.
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
In the embankment from the parking lot.
What was around that snow embankment?
A dumpster. And cars and snow.
And you said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. And we got a ride from Badero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time.
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
Badero let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for? Or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body at that point when you were living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne.
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids.
Where was Miss Frayne?
Outside of the car with
Where-
Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Badero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights,
Yes.
and the first night the battery died.
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food for a couple of dinners. He gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff like
Could you repeat that, please?
a couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house,
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons,
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
in Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Yes, you may.
So, Kayla, I'm going to hand you 3 exhibits, and I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one and look at what you need to do. So that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full. States Exhibit 25.
Any objection? No. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Now, Kayla, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your two children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing.
Right here.
Can you show me where you pointed? So if you can take a look at exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27. What's depicted on those two items?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the two photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full. States Exhibit 26 and 27.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And I move to publish the jury.
Yes, you may.
You mentioned the defendant putting Harmony's body in a duffel bag under the porch.
Yes.
Your aunt's home?
Yes.
This is the porch that he put her under.
Yes.
Did he go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Kayla?
A few hours. We were trying to figure out where to go.
What was what was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk so that she could talk to my mother so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother.
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the two boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. and he put the cooler in. He put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash. They put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point.
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, you may.
And may I use the video?
Yes, you may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 28.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
Is that something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored in that cooler for?
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day. Multiple times a day.
Where was the cooler kept?
In the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lived in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, Families in Transition.
And when you moved to the Families in Transition shelter, is that FIT, the FIT shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the FIT shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her in the ceiling, in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
What room did he stay in while you lived with the Families in Transition? The Families in Transition shelter, Kayla.
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
There was a vent.
And who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of State's Exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted?
This is the outside of the family shelter.
And that states Exhibit 30.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it is the second room.
And that's Exhibit 30.
And this is the room.
I'm just going to ask to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that setup, the way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that states Exhibit 32. But it states Exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And states Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and Marcusville States Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection?
Only through 30.
All right, the idea is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, or what's been admitted at States Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this family shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And States Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1,
Yes.
and you mentioned room 2 being decided.
Yes.
And States Exhibit 32 and 33. You mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looked like when you lived there.
Yes.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned.
Yes.
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images.
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in States Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to the Harmony in the ceiling, who is he?
Adam.
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
that she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after he removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
And I move to publish, sorry.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
I'm sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
An objection? No objection. The ID is stricken. It's entered as full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags and he squished her into a bag like this one.
Yes.
And this again was at the Families in Transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection in the car guide.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body? Did
The objection is sustained. So you can rephrase the question, please.
Did the defendant tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
No.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute? As I had said to you, we will take a mid-morning break. I think this is a good time to do that. I'm going to ask the witness for the moment, please remain on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything on your phones. Make sure you're avoiding any headlines. And we will take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Am I sitting or am I standing?
If the witness wants to use the restroom or have a drink of water, this is a good time to do that. 15 minutes, everybody? Yes.
I believe Ms. Montgomery's attorney is here, and he may have snacks for her. I just want to make that available to her.
Okay, if Judy Garrity, speak to the sheriff's office. If there's any issue, they can communicate with me.
I will.
Okay, thank you. All right, all set, everybody. 15 minutes. She can, Attorney Garrity. Yeah, okay,
We already have it in holding.
okay.
Are you doing?
Yeah. So, yeah, I want her back on the stand in 15 minutes. So however you want to accomplish that is fine with me. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, first off, welcome new members. Kimberly made it rain, and thank you to Lisa for the super sticker. It is much needed because when we stream these trials, it costs a lot of money to get all those recording hours. So thank you so much. Let's say thank you to Kimberly for making it rain. All right, Susan, your thoughts.
My thoughts? Well, let's go back to the Burger King, can we?
Let's go back to the Burger King.
So she was hungry, and he took her to Burger King. Threw the cover over Harmony because he'd already beat the tar out of her. Did they order her breakfast?
Nope, because she was already
Exactly.
night,
Exactly.
but they ate.
Exactly. And they ate right beside of her. Oh, nasty. And then he stashed her behind the trash can.
Uh-huh.
These people, and put her in the bag in the middle of the street where the car died, and nobody saw nothing.
Nope. And then Badero brought him pizza. How did Badero not notice? He knows they're living in the car. How did he not notice they're missing a child?
Yeah. I'm not buying any of their bullshit.
And Kayla has to be real careful. For one, she can't say too much because she's going to implicate herself, but she has to say enough to keep the deal. And she has a gift, not even a deal. For her to testify against him, she spends 18 months in jail. They're still working on the witness protection because she is afraid when she gets out, he's going to kill her.
And let's go back to the methadone clinic. That's the first thing they did was go to the methadone, not a bathroom. How can they be surprised? How? 7:09 he went in, and what are they supposed to do? And she's so beat to hell from him beating up on her. He's hiding her, right? Under the blanket. Where the hell is she supposed to go to the bathroom? You can't take her in the stores.
And they're in public. They're living in the car.
That's what I'm saying. He's not showing her to anybody. How is she supposed to use the bathroom?
So she's under that comforter because he doesn't want anyone to see her. Well, here's the thing. Cleaning her up, the poop and pee, Kayla would have to have taken her into women's bathrooms to clean her up. You can't tell me Kayla wasn't pissed as well. You can't tell me stepmeth in her haze of drugs was not coming unglued.
But he was hiding her. He wasn't taking her into a bathroom. She couldn't be seen. He'd already bashed her before. She said,
I'm saying for the cleanup. I mean, Kayla obviously has to go to the bathroom. She's not peeing in the sink, in the seat. And
that's what I'm saying. They're not taking her in a bathroom to clean her. They're not. She's not getting cleaned up at all.
She's sitting in her own soil.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And then when she soils herself again, because she can't go into a bathroom, she'd beat the tar. Oh, these people. And then they stashed her under her aunt's porch. I'm done with these people. She saw everything that went on with them, and she did nothing to protect her. Nothing. I was afraid it was going to be me. Too fucking bad. You're an adult. Take it. Get her help.
You know, so far over all of our years, as far as crimes go, you know, parents and children, this is the worst we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Can you think of any other case, even what Letitia did to Gannon, which was horrific? This is the worst we've ever seen. And the audacity of those two. Yep.
God.
And what about this? How many chances did she have to get help?
Yeah. Tabby came over with the charger and probably drugs. She ain't gonna waste a trip just to be nice.
And a lot of those food stamps Kayla kept getting for Harmony was to sell, to trade for drugs.
I don't think that's not lost on me. Good gosh.
You know, now she's sober. I mean, she's she's not getting, her fixes in the jail like she did. And she is realizing, which it's too little too late. You're not going to get a squeeze of piss out of me for her.
Nope. I ain't got no shit to give. She's an adult. She could have done something.
Mm-hmm.
Anything.
Now, my question to Susan, because she's in the hot seat and everyone in here, when Kayla is released, and she will be released sometime in 2025, do you believe she is a danger to society, or has she learned her lesson?
Well, if she's not using drugs, maybe, but I doubt it. I don't see her not going back to it. Who could have seen all this and live with yourself? She's going to be medicating herself. I don't care who you say you are.
Mm-hmm.
You don't look at that and then not go back to it.
So you're seeing the same thing as I'm seeing. She's going to get back on drugs. She's going to find another teardrop, and she's going to wind up back in jail.
And I pray that she doesn't have any access to those kids.
Zero. That will never happen. I can say that with a lot of certainty. Her mother, Christine, who, as you know, I was not impressed with for a long time, but now that I know the whole story,
Yeah.
I give her a little bit of credence, a little bit, because she wasn't asking about money either.
Yeah.
No way will she trust Kayla again, and no way will she let her see her children.
I don't know. She made excuses for her the whole time. Oh, I know when she's lying. Bullshit.
Well, now, in all fairness, she said that in January of 2022, right? Yeah.
Okay.
That's the first time we had the interview with her mother on. We'll go through it in a little bit. She did not know all of this. She did not know that Harmony's body had been stored at her home. That
cooler still gives me pause. That cooler it's in the walkway.
Mm-hmm.
And then how did it end up in her closet if it wasn't in the way before?
And I still want to understand what the common area is where the cooler was. If common area, now honestly, if let's say I'm at the lake and there's coolers everywhere, I know which cooler is ours. I don't just open people's coolers, but if I just saw one randomly sitting like outside, I would probably open it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I think she did. I don't want to think that, but in the back of my mind, how did it go from the hallway to hidden into the closet? Clean as a whistle.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives me pause about the grandma.
Now, DT's in here. He said, I don't believe that, Brooks. I believe Mom knew at some point.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm out.
And as far as the kids, when he beat the tar out of Harmony at the end, and she didn't pass, she was murdered. The one boy was 2.5, Seamus, and the other one was a year. They saw everything. And she said they didn't see nothing. Baloney.
And at 2.5, there are memories there that child is going to remember someday. The internet lives forever. They're going to wonder what happened to Harmony. Yep. Jameson was 2.5. He remembered Harmony. He was screaming for Harmony.
Mm-hmm.
So Kayla, she can kiss my ass on that one. That they didn't see anything. They're not going to remember anything. They had Harmony's body stuffed in the stroller between those two kids.
Yep. You're not going to tell me they're not going to be scarred by that. Ugh. And when she said that he put her into that diaper bag, he stuffed her in there, and she looked like she was going to puke. She saw and she heard everything. She looked like she was going to throw up.
Absolutely. And the smell.
Yeah. You know, they had to permeate the whole room.
And I mean, there's a lot of victims. Basically, anyone who's come across Adam Montgomery is a victim in some way, except for his father, who I believe is the reason he's as effed up as he is.
The whole family enabled him.
Uh-huh. But imagine living in that apartment on Union Street, knowing that's where Harmony Montgomery was dismembered.
Yeah.
Harmony was in the freezer. She was in the refrigerator. I know some states don't have disclosures like that, but by God, I'd want one.
Yeah. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me sick. Hey, what did she whisper to the judge when the jury was leaving? Did you hear?
I guess she has to go to the bathroom, but she started giggling after that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I've got to go potty. That type of thing.
I'd make her sit there and wet herself.
Mm-hmm. I'd make her sit in her own shit.
Yeah. Let her find out how it feels.
Mm-hmm.
Have to go and have to wait.
You know, and Grandma Helen, it seems like at one point Kevin was actually trying to do the right thing by confronting Adam. What made him stop? Was it drugs or his fear of what Adam would do to him?
He was more interested in the gossip, I think. Somebody else do it.
Because she said it was a heated argument and she knew what they were talking about.
No, she didn't know. Not until she heard them. Like she didn't come home and see it. And her eye was just a little red. No.
No, it wasn't red.
It was swollen and it was black. You're not going to tell me that she didn't see that.
Well,
a little red.
When she described what Harmony looked like after she died, after the murder was complete, the moaning and everything stopped, I almost threw up.
Uh-huh. After she passed away. No, she didn't, bitch. She was murdered.
Yeah. This isn't a passing away.
That reminds me of, she passed away.
That reminds me of Billy Joe Howell talking about Quentin. Quentin has passed. No, Quentin wasn't sick. Quentin wasn't in the hospital. Just like Harmony. She didn't pass away. She was murdered.
Exactly. Don't sugarcoat it. Ugh, these people.
I mean, a bulging eye, a swollen face. You know, she's like the 4th percentile in her weight. She's 35 pounds, and there they are eating Burger King.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you notice Kayla looks like, you know, she's put a few pounds on. Those prison carbs got into her waistline.
I noticed that. Don't she look nice cleaned up? God.
Oh, she looks totally different than when we first saw her. That wiry hair, those sunken in eyes, sunken in cheeks. She looks totally different.
Too bad Harmony didn't have that. Oh.
They already knew not to order anything for Harmony because they knew she was dying in that back seat.
Mm-hmm.
Christina said, someone explain how the methadone works. It's supposed to get them off of drugs. And I think they were going in there taking it, and they weren't about to stop what they were doing because she said, then we went and bought drugs.
Yeah. Kind of defeats the purpose there. You get a buzz from it, but it's not as good as the drugs. And it takes the edge off. From what I've heard. I don't know.
Okay, hang on. Katie said she's on methadone. Can you explain how it works, Katie? Because we don't know.
No shame, honey.
No shame. You're working. You're trying. Now, Christina has a question about the stipending. Adam was actually getting paid to take the methadone.
He's probably getting paid to take care of Harmony too.
Oh, he was. And like I said, Kayla, knowing that Harmony died in that back seat, kept getting the food stamps for Harmony. She watched her die. She watched her go into a duffel bag. And she kept getting the food stamps because she knew where to go to trade them to get drugs.
Yep. Just take somebody shopping. I'll give you the cash for them.
Katie said she's 7 years clean. So she did it the right way. Good for you,
Good
sweetie.
for you.
Good for you, Katie. Let's have a round of applause for Katie. Good for you. You keep up the good fight. Also, Jules and Tanya gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, for making it rain. Everything helps, especially when we are streaming these trials.
I love our Jules.
Now, okay. We haven't heard from the defense yet because they're going to tear her a new one.
They are.
They're going to
You
tear.
think I did? They're going to pick it apart. There are a lot of holes in her little testimony.
Yep.
I don't know how many times I wrote bullshit, liar.
Yeah, I'm glad that we were muted because I was cussing up a storm.
You know I was.
Thank you, Hot Mess Express. That is amazing. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank
We have the best people. I swear. We just do.
Well, that pays for all day of the recording hours. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm just really worried that one juror, it just takes one, is going.
He's not taking any kind of responsibility. She's putting it all on Adam.
Is going to have doubt because the defense, when they start talking now, I think they lost the jury already with all that victim shaming.
Mm-hmm.
But they can turn it around because he did plead guilty to moving her body around. There's no getting past that because the prosecution knows way more than we do, way more. And that is because of the fabulous work by Manchester Police. They were already 2 years behind.
Yeah.
Trying to find Harmony. So, and that's really, I mean, that's a small, I mean, I say small. I mean, we're talking less than 10 years for the falsifying evidence, and they may not even sentence him with that. They might just say, okay, that's a nominal charge. Not going to worry about that. The tampering with her body, that is going to stick because he pled guilty to it. He can't get away with that.
Yeah.
There's no way. But that still is under 10 years. But it's just going to take one to wonder if Kayla's telling the truth or if it wasn't Kayla that killed her.
I will lose my mind. I will lose my mind.
Because as much as I can't stand stepmom, I believe it was him that killed Harmony.
She had guilty knowledge, but he did the dirty work. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
And I want to know what kind of damn drug step meth was on, that she is on the bed with him as Harmony's fluids are leaking through the ceiling tile onto them.
That's just nasty. But I think they were laying in the floor at that time, were they?
We're going to bring the jurors in. Oh, do you
We're
want to?
back.
We're
Yes.
back.
Yeah, why don't we get her? Yep. All right, you can be seated. We're going to bring the witness in first. Just be careful of the wires, please. All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Between your nose whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you remain under oath.
Kayla, before, excuse me. Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
at Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10-15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor, you said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean.
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there.
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
So that it would just show that we still had her living with us.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020.
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he just wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you? Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
And I want to unpack that.
And I didn't hear that last word, I'm sorry.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a hand saw.
It's a handsaw.
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So this is the saw that he discussed using to dismember Harmony's body.
Yes.
That discussion again occurred at the Union Street apartment.
Yes.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, what a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in or any kind of puree food item.
And what did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Earlier, you mentioned the defendant talking about lying, the idea that what was his idea? What was his purpose of using lying?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Kayla, I've shown you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that you're
Adam.
referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
If the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled this bag of lime?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that
Another
one.
detective?
Yeah.
So you were with law enforcement.
Yes.
And they asked you if you could identify. Had you seen?
I'm sorry, objection sustained.
Had you seen a bag of lime in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of lime located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of lime?
No.
When you saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her. And putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just defawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her.
How did he take the clothes off of her?
By cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on. And she had her leggings on.
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
Yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids, and I couldn't be in there anymore.
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
Because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to... Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing, and I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash
The
bags.
bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after
The
that?
lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, he used scissors to cut off her clothing.
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave them in our trash area. He was going to bring them somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother.
Okay.
We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom.
No.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body?
Not then.
At some point.
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his.
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No.
Had you met him before?
No.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes.
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
Yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Your Honor, have you heard?
Yes?
Well, I'm freaking disgusted.
Sorry, me too. She's got her story mixed up. Half
Do
of
tell. I knew you would catch that.
Mm-hmm. Half of it was from the shelter that she, when he was stuffing her into the bag at Union.
This is going to be a big problem for the jury when they deliberate because her story has,
Not making sense.
and she took a deal.
And she's stepping back, and she's not doing what she promised. So I'm thinking her deal might be in jeopardy.
You mentioned
Okay, they're back.
Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
So that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econo Lodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
that he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
I want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fist, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes. It's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID mark as full and publish to the jury states Exhibit 99.
Any objection?
Okay.
All right, the ID is stricken and is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes.
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
Yes.
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
Yes.
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
Yes.
Was he consistently hitting you?
Yes.
Was he doing things to items in your house?
Yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything.
Why-
Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house. And I was telling on him. And thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him
Telling on him about what?
about Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was just very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Kayla, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
Again, you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's gonna hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes,
Why did you only take your daughter?
because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her and I just ran. Out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes.
Why does it stand out to you?
Because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes.
When did you get married to him?
On Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes.
What day was it?
It was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, it's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kelsey and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
There are no need to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 90.
No, I heard something.
Yes. Okay. Well, Snazzy comes out of the gate and she says, if Kayla does the whole Gypsy Rose tour when she gets out, I will scream. I will be screaming with you, girlfriend.
I will be on that tour bus myself.
Yep. I don't think Kayla's going to be done up there anytime soon. I think we're going to be hearing from her all day long and possibly on Monday.
Yeah. I get sick of looking at her. She's a big fat liar.
Literally now. I'm wondering when this is going to go to the jury.
I don't know.
Because there's not a lot that I can see that the defense can bring forward as far as evidence. All they can do is cross-examine witnesses, and we saw how that went yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to fillet her, serve her up.
Mm-hmm. Dina said murderers can be influencers now. Yep. Welcome to our softer, gentler society.
Screw that. Spit in her eye. I'm wondering, I said before she protected her kids, but I don't know that she did. She protected herself, and maybe she was out running the streets and her mama put her foot down.
Bingo. She protected herself. Her children were all exposed to this. Now, Adam wasn't going to beat on them because these are his children with Kayla.
Well, I don't even know if that was it. I think when he was beating the tar out of her, she got out of there. And she was running the streets maybe, and her mom said, no, you're not going to do that. Get them kids back here. And she was out partying.
Wildman's mom said, I have been distracted. How long did he carry that baby around again, anyone? December of 2019 until June of 2020.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wes said, do you think she does know where Harmony's remains are? No, I don't. The only reason is because they would have gotten rid of that perjury charge altogether to find Harmony. And that's the thing. They want Harmony. And if she knew, and I believe when he said it, and not to put too much stock in what Crystal Sorey said, but she said that is something Adam would do, to say, if the cops ever come knocking, I don't want you to know where Harmony's at.
And I'm hoping that Harmony is haunting him. I hope it's the last thing he sees at night and the first thing he sees in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want her physically there. I just want the memory there.
Well, I'm hoping there is some sort of children's park in Manchester for Harmony, a bench, a koi pond, some sort of memorial for her.
Yeah.
As he said, Harmony is haunting them both. That is true. And think about how much it must suck for those two that they do not have their regular fixes.
Good.
And they're haunted.
Good. A little street justice wouldn't hurt either.
Christina said that's probably why he flipped out. Drugs and Harmony's ghost.
Yeah.
And old Teardrop didn't show up today because he said a strip search violates his constitutional rights.
What about his constitutional rights when they brought him there? Because I know that they strip searched him there.
Mm-hmm.
And old Bubba, he has his way. He's strip searching him every night. I hope.
You better believe it. He doesn't even know what's going to happen to him when he goes to the big house.
I'm game.
Yeah.
Greasy bologna sandwiches and Bubba. Yeah. Date night.
Hey, off topic, and I hate to talk about food. Actually, I'll just text you in a second. Now that I think about it.
It's fine.
No, I'm telling you, I'm done with blenders.
I know. The bullet?
I don't care if I was given a year-long certificate to Burger King. I'd say,
And the Sawzall? That's God. That thing cut through anything. My husband used it daily at his work.
And she saw her in that bathtub. She said her skin was coming off.
Yeah, but she didn't see nothing. She didn't see nothing.
Mm-mm.
And nobody had to use the bathroom in those hours. Because, you know, little boys. You know how upset he gets when somebody soils himself. She's going to get him on that toilet.
Mm-hmm. Ilyanka said the word puree made me have.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, love. None of us want to hear it.
And those dirty asses were still using that refrigerator, moving Harmony over to get the cheese.
Yeah.
Moving Harmony
over.
Yeah. Moving Harmony over in the freezer to get ice cream or some ice. They cleaned out the NutriBullet to keep making their smoothies. Yeah. This is the most gruesome shit I've ever heard in my life. I thought Letitia would be the worst.
Yeah. But I tell you what, I think there wasn't much of Harmony left. I think he was using that bullet.
Mm-hmm.
And she's, yeah. Well, he's cutting your clothes off. Bullshit. He was cutting the skin off.
Yep.
And muscle. Yeah, you're not going to tell me that. Why else would he have the bullet?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't nothing left of that girl but her bones. And that's what he discarded. It's not no bitch. Oh, God, I hate her. I hate both of them.
I do too. And hate's a strong word, but it's got to be used today.
Yeah, you're not human. I'm sorry. You don't do that to babies.
Nope. You don't do that to your worst enemy.
Yeah. Much but a baby. Oh my God.
Actually,
What are you supposed to love?
All right, we're back.
Oh, back on.
At some point, you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier. But after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum.
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
Then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye.
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring.
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you'd been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
Why not?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
If I could have just a moment. no additional questions.
All right. Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now. So please return at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this case with anyone, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Do not drive by any locations. Do not look at any headlines or other media about this case. Your obligation is to decide this case based exclusively upon the evidence that is presented here at trial and the law as I will give it to you in my instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here after the lunch break. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Ms. Montgomery, I'll have you stay right there for the moment. All rise, please. You can stand if you wish. Okay. Preliminary matters, you can be seated. Any preliminary matters want to discuss? Okay. All set this afternoon? Okay, if you need to see the court for any reason, please just let me know. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Susan, do you think any of the jurors are going to be eating Burger King today?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. How there is anything that's beyond me.
I don't think they're going to eat anything. I have a feeling they're going to be sucking down some water and trembling. And how Crystal Sorey is walking out, she'll go eat. She doesn't give a shit. She thought this was her payday.
Idiots. I just don't. Ugh, awful. I knew it was going to be bad, but my God, I just keep thinking about that damn Sawzall and the bullet.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the blender. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Sawzall, the lime. Her in the bathtub. I mean, her moaning as her soul was leaving her body, as they're chomping on Burger King. I mean, wasn't it said, when all this came out, that he got mad he didn't have enough ketchup?
I don't remember that, to be honest.
Okay.
I wouldn't put it past him.
All right, so we have an hour till they get back. Do you guys want to catch up on some other true crime news? Do you want to go back through some things of Harmony, or just something to totally take our mind off of what we just heard? I'll let Susan vote first.
Let's do some light stuff.
Let's do some light stuff. Okay.
Only because it's very traumatic.
Yep. All right, so don't go anywhere. We will be back in an hour. I'm going to put myself in the back, Susan in the back. Probably going to call Susan. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. I hit something. Everything's kind of gray.
Or I can turn the camera on and you guys can watch me fight with OJ again. It's totally up to you. But in the meantime, we will watch this. They said, show OJ.
Okay.
I got roped into that yesterday, and that black fuzzy bastard just went nuts on me.
Oh, that's funny.
Hang on. Pauline Pam said, been watching Daisy. What's going on over there?
On purpose?
Yeah. Did you just get your keyboard stuck and you couldn't get away? Jean has a question. She says, was this child even alive at that point? So weeks of beating in a car seat under a blanket hidden, lying, this kid was half. I don't know what you mean. Supposedly that's the day she died. Because Adam said, I did something this time.
Yeah,
all right,
this time.
take my mind off of this. Go ahead, Susan. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm just saying, yeah, this time.
This time.
This time. And I just can't get past, how was she supposed to go to the bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
They were hiding her because she was beat to hell. How was she supposed to go to the bathroom?
Very good point.
It doesn't make sense. And they got straight up and went to the methadone.
They just expected her to hold it for when they went.
Yeah, forever. But they couldn't take her in. Because people are going to ask about them black eyes. I don't know.
Hang on. Pauline Pam, Daisy, I wish you would do a cooking channel too. Who's Daisy? My name is Brooks. And you don't want me to do a cooking channel? Hell no. Hell no. I drink beer and don't clean my mess as I'm cooking. No. Okay, here we go. That's all I'm saying.
Katy, ¿qué te pasó?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, hi, baby. Hi, puppy. Hi, Fluffy. You scared the bejesus out of me.
Get down.
Oh, it's so cute.
Carla, what are you doing?
Why are you doing this?
Friend is how you ride your bike with your pet chicken. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry.
Well, Dan, it's a good thing you came into my office today because it looks like you got quite a bit of cavities in here.
Oh! Was that on video?
Ah, that's my video.
Free.
Nala, you be nice. That's daddy's friend. Let him pet you.
Okay.
Clark, do you have my water bottle? Can I have it, please? I'm gonna drop it.
Go! Pretty cold.
I'm working. Hey, I'm working.
Она может. Коля, блин. Да все. Уже ничего не сделаешь. Уже все.
Are you mad? Are you mad? Patient. Oh, patient.
What in the world do you do with these dogs? I heard they were all about your personal space, but this is unreal. She has a whole seat with a blanket and a chew toy, and look where she's riding.
I won't. No, you do it. Yeah. No matter how many times you ask, I won't take the trash out.
Good boy.
Hello.
Alarm is going off. She just called me, freaked out. Oh my God, Titan! Oh my God, Titan! What you do, Bear? Titan.
Oh my God. I don't have food. I don't have food. Yes, you do. Okay. Okay. Oh!
Odie May. Hey, you've got to be kidding me.
He doesn't want to.
Kitty, come on. Let's go. Listen.
Tô aqui em casa não. Olha quantos.
them, are you? You're going to give them a little high five, are we? They're coming in for the face. What are you going to do? And again. Nothing. You can't freeze when a burglar comes into the house. Let's go. What are you going to do? They're in your face. What are you going to do?
Whoa! It's a family of Scott. Oh my gosh! Look at them. They're crossing the street. Oh my
Oh, are you serious? It's right here. Look, touching you. No, over here.
Now I'm lying on the cold, hard ground. Oh, oh, trouble, trouble, troubled.
Oh, we got another poopy. Just go scratch me.
Buddy.
There's no way.
What are you doing?
watching Chili eat and cuddling with him. Can I just not?
I am a genius.
Don't bite. It stinks. Get it off of me. Ah. No. No. I said no. Skylar! Skylar can't breathe.
Moosey, were you sniffing the pollen? No. Hey, Moose, sit. Sit.
What are you doing?
I know he looks like he wants to bite me, but I'm just saying that he's thirsty.
You feel that strongly about it? Oh my god, yeah.
Come on, boy. All right, you got breaks. Back up. Nibbles is cool, but he's a little crazy.
Nibbles. His name's Nibbles?
Yeah, he bit one of the other captains, so that's how he got his name.
No, no, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, those are nice. Anna, stop running.
Yan, dyan. Dito. Yan. Baba. Dito. Dito, yan. 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 Yan, sige.
Did you do that? No. No.
I just gone again.
It's not even as much. Will you stop it? The clock.
There's so many of them.
I have a perfect TV dog, and this is what I mean.
Oh, she's biting me. This is my baby. It's my baby. That's my baby, not your baby. No, it's not. She's my baby. Do you need more food?
So this baby deer thinks I'm its mom. Oh my gosh.
It's my damn dog. That's my dog. Can you? Can you not do that, Zena? Zena, do not get on the horn. Get in the back. Don't do that. I'll be right back.
Here we go. I see your phone. Your phone out. Oh, please drop your phone. Please drop your phone. Drop your phone in the water.
Game on!
Oh my gosh, she loves it!
Wow, you get this on video, right? It looks pretty lovely, doesn't it?
Oh, that is the cutest.
Don't consider tonight, sir. Hey. Hey. Don't even think about it, Mr. Sir. Texas. Texas? Really? You took it all.
So somebody left a water hose dripping on a dock, and them manatees are up here just drinking away. There's another one right down there. They're pretty docile.
You might be a spoiled pig when Daddy holds the umbrella for you in the rain. She had to go pee-pee.
والله استانس هو اتوقع هيك خلاص ما بده يفطر خلاص.
Let's go. Let's go.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
Diam aja di situ. Goblok. Emang ngapain, Tom?
Are you doing it again? Do you need me to open the gate? Okay, hold on.
Go to sleep.
All right.
Well,
Boo.
thanks for putting it away.
So
Good job.
You little. Quit wiping my kisses off. Ooh.
Beep, 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 beep.
Ooh.
Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
Ooh.
Beep, 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 beep. High five. Boop. Can I have a COVID? COVID? Can I have an achoo? Can you speak?
What's up, buddy? Hey, I don't have any food. Me?
We've got one cat who's in the closet in the second bedroom over there.
The other one lost all its brain cells, I guess.
You're not enjoying himself.
Wait. It's covered. Oh no, I'm sorry, baby.
Poor little Prince, please.
Went into the church for 2 seconds to have a little chit chat. Come to my egg bites sitting on my seat with a big old bite scrape taken out of it.
That's a bad boy.
Big wheels keep on turning. Primary keep on burning. Rolling, rolling.
Are you hungry? Hi, sweet baby. Hi. Are you hungry? Okay, hi. Okay, hey.
It never gets old. Ever.
If you could promise me 2 more doozies, I would take them in a heartbeat. Hugs are so.
Oh, he's really going down.
Oh my God. Get down.
Get him.
Get down. Get down.
Don't make him jump. Don't make him jump. Don't make him jump. I just.
Chris, are you gonna grab some chocolate?
Yeah.
Oh no, you're not.
Oh.
That's Minnow's chocolate.
If you're here, welcome. You've made it to Orange Cat TikTok, where you get to see orange cats do things that are just weird because they're.
Sunny. I'm sorry, Mama. I scared you.
Mittens. Oh, God's sake. Lay down there, you big dick.
Really? He's gonna kick you. What is up? They're fighting for my attention.
Ow! Stop. Fucker. See, this is what he does when the TV's not on. No. George. George. George.
Go!
Spirits download their files into my operating system.
Oh my god. What is it? It's a pigeon on your head.
Azalea, get back in this yard.
Bang, tengok nak kotak ni sayur tak banyak dah kok. Ayo kan.
So I work for Amazon. Please explain to me what I'm supposed to do in this situation. I opened my back door and somebody's dog crawled in my front seat.
We're having breakfast together. I made him one little scrambled egg, and I'm having myself some Kodiak protein pancakes with maple syrup, and yeah.
Check out this brand new workout.
Guaranteed to get those obliques in motion. First, you get a puppy. Then, you start tossing. And he's going to come back to the center like a good little training buddy, and you toss him.
Look at her wrist.
She makes me wish. Cody. Oh, are you okay, Loop? That was karma. That was karma.
Ay, me mandan esas fotos. ¿Por qué? No vea.
Zůstaň, Rambo. Zůstaň.
He's got the zoomies. Oh my god. What the? Dude.
Where you going, buddy? Huh? Where are you going?
Così nella noi.
Fastball. Here it is.
Hello. Ow! No! This way!
Jaders. Jade, get out of the tunnel. Let's Zuzu in. Zuzu, I know. Don't worry, baby. We're going to come get you. We'll come get you out. Poor thing. I know. I hear you, sweetie. Jade.
As you can see, we're doing some construction, so Winnie has her safety hat on.
Oh my God.
You have your safety hat on?
I saved the dog.
Yes. Safety first.
My eye. Hey.
Gonna see if Bruce likes cottage cheese. Want some, buddy?
Oh my gosh.
Be nice. Be nice. Ow. Stop. Hey. Hey. I'm a piranha. Okay, you're not, actually. You're a horse.
So where did you around at?
Right about here.
Yep.
And I found out right in here.
Hell yeah.
Bring it in. Yeah.
No. Mochi, go around. Go around. Oh. Try again.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest on board today. Walking down the aisle is an adorable little person.
All right, to the jury.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I just remind you that you remain under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29.
Yes.
And that's the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
A couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it? Second, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident?
Yes.
and telling that Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott
Yes.
because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before.
Uh-huh.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You couldn't remember who might be babysitting them, either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right.
Um,
Because I don't remember not having them in the car.
okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Show you a copy of a report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there that talks about the gist of the accident.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether the kids were in the car?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that conversation with the police. About, you recall the accident,
Yes.
and you recall that it was near Market Street.
Yes.
And you recalled that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police little mixed up, but you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine,
Yes.
but you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman.
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that?
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter?
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there?
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam?
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride. So our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd tell him he couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
Yes. So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but
because he was accusing me too.
Right.
So,
right. So it was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you,
Right.
right? And you'd get mad at him or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were, but you were actually, both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the same way with me too.
Right. You two were pretty connected when things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her Thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him. Was not because of this situation.
Okay. Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however. And I actually can't read it. To show you a copy of Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says. Can you give me that word?
You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me however. Think of me however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In that
Yes.
letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
So essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? And then during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out.
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, you know, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? their trouble too because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted, well, you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings. You finished?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before.
About
the kids still having their mother
Okay.
when this situation occurs.
Right.
And that he would take everything.
Yeah.
So that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
That you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children,
Right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For
Adam.
Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought maybe I will help with the investigation for harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID. Coach?
Okay, we're muted. What are you all thinking? I don't like this line of not questioning. These are statements for her to react to, and I'm not digging it. Yeah, there's no sound right now. They muted. They'll be back. She's leading. Let me put the link back in for Susan to come up. I mean, defense lawyers are either really good and bring out the truth, or they're really bad and they confuse the jury. And the worst thing we need in this case, as if it can get worse, is to confuse the jury. Because already we don't have Harmony's body. We know that. There she is. Hello, Susan. Did you eat lunch today?
I did not.
Okay.
No, no, I couldn't. That attorney is leading her, and I don't know why they're not objecting.
That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, I knew she wasn't going to try and really burn Adam. She doesn't want to try that hard, but she wants to keep her deal.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't understand what that district attorney is doing. I don't. Why are they allowing that?
I don't understand it at all.
So it's not just me.
No. I mean, she's making statements for her to agree or disagree with. I'm not hearing any real questions.
No.
She's really feeding off of her emotions for Adam, which
is withdrawn.
are for Roma.
Exhibit G.
But she's still
Is stricken. It is entered.
making her look like shit and a liar. So it's helping Adam, and I don't want that, but I want him to shred her to pieces.
Me too.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I'm as frustrated as you. All right, they're back.
Sorry, I couldn't do. So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. He was in your past now.
Not really, but
okay. But your future was about you now, right?
Yeah, I tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May of 2022, May 20th, actually, right? That sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay. And this is State's Defendant's Exhibit B for ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people, not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. Do you remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
but you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
Yes.
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years
Yes.
in prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied more than once.
Yes.
You lied more than twice.
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury.
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about. They actually talked to you. The prosecutor had this note.
Yes.
The grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't tell. Was it this note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right?
Yes.
Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And you said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about physical abuse by Adam.
Yes.
And you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him? You said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car. you were going to work and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about
It was the location.
the location, not the
Yes.
day.
Yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You
No.
didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yeah. Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think because we had the records," right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And, but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught
Yes.
and you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
You didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died.
Yes.
And she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you.
Yes.
And you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that again was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else.
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said? And he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is a son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is a son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony. And so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head. So something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped into your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter.
Yes.
But you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously, you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead,
Right.
right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
It's like not telling them something to send them down the wrong road, right?
Right.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
months.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said, and you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
They said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not when it's the lie.
Okay. Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers
Yes.
and that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on Direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
Like the beginning of the month of December.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning. Sorry.
you'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the 20.
All right, hold on. No speaking objections. Please approach.
Sorry. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was November 30th.
Yes.
Which was 3 days after your eviction.
Yes.
But that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks.
Yes.
After eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial.
Yes.
For those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip up, right?
No, because he did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times, yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks, he saw her, right?
Yes.
For a couple of weeks, right?
A couple of days. during those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No,
Okay.
we'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony. And ask you to read it to yourself. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
Council, while she's reviewing that, why don't you approach her?
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the car with the family behind Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And you say yes. He asked if any script refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And at first you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero, drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay, so you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
Overruled.
No.
You're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony has gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27, right?
Yes.
And for that 2-week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9.
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach.
All right. They are muted. Snow, you're exactly right. Catch her in a lie on the stand. We already know about the previous lies. She purges herself again. That plea deal is gone. It doesn't matter, to be quite honest, because Adam is still on trial for murder. That just means her ass is up the river, too.
The grand jury that you got evicted on the 28th, 27th.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
To her mother's.
Yes.
So that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2-week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2-week period for the Badero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2-week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth, right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right? So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right? After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes and we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors. All right, she can step down, have about a 15-minute break, and then she can come on back to the stand. All right, everybody, 15 minutes.
Okay, ignore the birds in the background. That's what OJ is watching. Black Wing said, Brooks, sweetheart, I'm sorry, my brain can't take any more today. I feel like my head has so much pressure in my brain. I need to go. Much love. I do not blame you. I do not blame you. And we are here whenever you want to chat. We love you very much. Now, everyone's going to take a pee-pee break, get a piece of gum, whatever. What I was saying earlier, and I think my 2 cents misunderstood me. What I said was, in my 2 cents, you're exactly right. The defense has nothing to do with her proffer agreement. That comes from the DA, the DA's office. And in this case, the Attorney General of New Hampshire's office. And what it comes down to, it's conditional. If you perjure yourself on the stand or you change anything that you have told us that we have had to thoroughly investigate, all of this is gone. And then we're going to charge you for multiple things. So choose your words wisely. You didn't just get a deal. You were given a gift. They're keeping your ass in there and sobering you up for 18 months. She deserves to be charged. She tampered with Harmony's body, same as, well, I can't say same. She tampered with Harmony's body as well. And she knows it. Now, my understanding is while she's in the big house, well, she's not in the big house, but, the women's correctional facility, she is taking something called Suboxone. I don't know anything about it. I'm not here to say if it's a good drug or a bad drug. We can just see a total difference in her demeanor. I know we have friends in here that said Suboxone has changed everything in their life. They take it for pain management, for a lot of different things. She's taken it for a little something different. So let's look at this. Maybe we can get a better understanding. This is detoxing in jail. Thank you, Jules, for the super sticker. 15 minutes to thanks Brooks for the trial coverage. Well, OJ and I are doing all we can do, streaming this from Court TV. Thank goodness OJ's asleep. Aaron, in prison, she has Suboxone. Yeah, let me tell you. Not from experience, just from experience with this channel. When people go to jail, they have health coverage, dude. They have it. They have health coverage. They see the dentist. They get haircuts. They see the doctor. They make sure they have their medications. And this is what they're saying she is taking.
Come in here and you have to detox, you're traumatized. You're just constantly shaking because your body's hurting. For the mommies and daddies out there still running amok, still using time. Some people get a fever, some people are throwing up. But being on Suboxone makes it 100 times easier. Hey,
Jails do sometimes provide some basic care for people in withdrawal, but that can often be Gatorade and an ibuprofen. And they're not really fundamentally providing the treatment that somebody with an opioid use disorder needs.
In Bellingham, Washington, a recent class action lawsuit by the ACLU may impact how inmates across the country are treated for addiction.
Whatcom County has changed dramatically over the last 15 years. It's still a great community to live in. It's a great community to raise your family. But like the rest of the country, we're experiencing a heroin epidemic that has entrenched itself here in our community and is affecting crime. It's destroying lives and it's destroying families. It's something we're very focused on eradicating here in our community.
Karma said, then after med rounds, they cheek it and trade it for other goods. Who is messaging me? Oh, gosh. Be bothered with this shit right now. Barb says they have many alternatives to Suboxone. I'm sure they do. I'm just saying that it was reported that's what she's taking. So that's what we're talking about. I don't work at the jail. I'm not a doctor. That's what she's taking.
I've been working for the sheriff's office in the corrections bureau in the jail since 1981. So that's going on 39 years. Approximately 70 to 80% of our offender population has some issues with some type of substance. When we're dealing with folks when they're coming into custody, withdrawal is like a really bad case of the flu or a bad case of food poisoning.
It's like the flu, but 100 times worse. I've been an addict for 24 years. I was 13 when I first picked up.
Hello, ladies.
I've had my issues in the past when I was using and did some stupid things. Other than that, my charges are for driving. I started Suboxone about 8 years ago.
Suboxone is a form of medication-assisted treatment. It's prescribed by a growing number of physicians to help those suffering from opioid use disorder curb their craving.
Okay, Katie said that doesn't look like Suboxone that she is on up there, in my opinion. Sorry. What do you think it is, Katie? Because I only know what's been reported. Again, I'm not there, and I'm not administering any meds to her. And other people have said the same thing. I don't think that's what's going on. Christina said, I'm just nervous they'll both get off because of confusion. Same. Barb says she has been in jail too long to be on Suboxone. Is there a limit on how long you can be on it? Because some people are on it for a lifetime. I mean, I know that you work at a jail, but your jail is going to be different than how they run things at the Women's Correctional Facility in New Hampshire. So, I mean, what is the limit?
There have been a couple of times I slipped, I fell off. When I came in last year, I was on Suboxone, and they didn't give it to me then, and so I had to detox. And so it set me up for a really hard time not being able to be given my Suboxone in here. When I got out of here, I relapsed. I relapsed for 10 months. I think that if I went back to last year and they gave me Suboxone, I wouldn't be here right now doing 180 days.
Our challenge in working with the criminal justice system is the transition from incarceration back out into the community.
Charles Watrous runs a medication-assisted treatment program in Whatcom County that often works with inmates in the first few days they're released from jail.
When we started our program in 2000.
Okay, and I have to say this, we don't give medical advice here. And so if someone had a different experience with recovery and they went cold turkey and just toughed it out, I'm not a doctor. So we're not going to give advice like that around here, because I'm certainly not going to have someone come after me and say, well, I just quit. And then next thing you know, I was having seizures and everything. You do what your doctor advises you to do.
2017 in Whatcom County, we wanted to coordinate and be able to continue delivery of services to our patients.
What's your current dose?
3 8-milligram tablets.
And it's oftentimes not until they get released from jail a week or two later that they said that they were not allowed to continue their medication, went through the horrible withdrawal process, and then were released and then trying to scramble to get back into treatment.
I know Whatcom County, yes, I've been there, so I know exactly. They don't care what you go through in there. When I went in like the second and third time, for stupid little things, I actually said I wasn't sick because I know they don't take care of you. They put you on the first floor and they call that sick thing, and they don't check on you.
We've always treated withdrawals symptomatically. We can give them pain medication that's normally Tylenol. We'll also use medication that'll help stop the diarrhea.
We tried to offer Whatcom County Jail our support in getting their program off the ground, but it was sort of falling on deaf ears. It wasn't until Mark Cook from the ACLU reached out to me and said, we're looking at cases where patients are being denied access to medication-assisted treatment. And it really started the ball rolling from there.
We started looking at this problem of denying people in jails access to medications probably 2 or 3 years ago. And it was in that initial investigation that we started looking at Whatcom County specifically.
The county jail had been taking some steps forward. In 2016, Wendy and her medical staff began offering medication-assisted treatment to pregnant inmates.
If a pregnant woman starts going through withdrawal, she can lose the baby and she may lose her own life.
When I first started using heroin was 12 years ago. We thought since we could control all other drugs, we could control that one. We ended up being wrong. One time I was actually pregnant. I came in and I lost, I don't know if it was from the gel that I actually lost the twins, but I did lose them at 6 months because one heart stopped and then it stopped that.
God, I thought it said Brooks. I've heard Attorney Brooks. We have Brooks Houck in another case. I swear I thought it said Brooks for a second. And I'm like, bitch, you don't look nothing like me.
Other heart. So it was from not taking Suboxone. This time I'm pregnant too, and they've been on it. So like I got in, I told them I was sick, I was on certain medications, and I had them within 24 hours. So it's been a lot better.
We were working our way towards the medication-assisted withdrawal. It's just things are expensive, and you've got to plan them in budgets, and at that point, and still I would argue it's not necessarily the community standard within jails.
The lawsuit, Court Lever v. Whatcom County, was filed in June of 2018. The basic nature of the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, is to sort of prevent people from being discriminated against because of their disability. And having a substance use disorder is akin to having, diabetes or heart disease. And what you've seen is that a lot of these facilities don't treat it as the medical issue that it really is.
Have you had any overdoses?
Oh yeah, I've overdosed twice.
Opioid use disorder is probably one of the hardest substance use disorders to treat without medication, but the easiest to treat with medication. Without medication, and this isn't including those incarcerated, there's only about a 10% success rate.
I wish I could just stay clean and not have to use Suboxone, if that makes any sense. But some people can't. One thing I would like, for the judges to understand when people come in.
Kat said it's a disability. Yes, welcome to America. You can actually drug and drink yourself to a place where you have other conditions to where you will get disability. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Yeah, Kat just said, okay then. Yeah. I don't make the rules, but yeah, that is a thing.
And they take care of their warrants. And this is why they ran for a couple of years, because back.
Okay, they're back. Enough learning today.
Everybody ready? Yes.
No.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Please rise for the jurors. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled two and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Right.
And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
I said grand jury again. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Yes, sustained.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So you also told the grand jury that neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
Because he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
one of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64, and this is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
Okay.
So when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine, and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020. Accusing you of things and punching you.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that.
Okay.
But yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from him, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Take that back away from you if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
Every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
And it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury.
Yes.
Maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer.
Yes.
And one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013.
Yes.
And got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together.
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017.
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah.
That was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Yes.
And 1 of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail. And eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior.
Yes.
And you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free.
Yes.
And you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments.
Yes.
Right? So I want to talk about June 3rd and your interview with the police. You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to them, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
and that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts. I'm like having a migraine.
Do you need to stop? May we approach, Your Honor? Yes.
Long day for everyone, and I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had said to you that I thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to end now. You're going to come back at 8:45 on Monday morning. I cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend. If additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to speak to you about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any media coverage of this case, okay? Same rules that I've said to you earlier apply as well about Driving by locations. If it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on the law. The court will give that to you in the court's instructions. I remind you that if in your comings and goings you see any of the witnesses or any of the parties that are involved in this case, they have been instructed not to speak with you and you're instructed not to speak with them, so they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence. You have all been extremely attentive today, and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today. All rise for the jurors. Attorney Garrity, could you approach for just a minute? You may be seated.
So stepmeth got a headache. She's breaking down. So now Katie's on the phone with me. Katie just called. Katie, do you want to come into chat?
Yeah, I can come in and chat a little bit.
Okay, or you can stay on the phone. We just don't come down with ailments all of a sudden because we painted ourselves into a corner. And again, I apologize for the background noise with the birds. That's what OJ is watching. Okay, there goes Miss Headache. Oh, she's grabbing it again. She's grabbing that head again. Yep. Okay. Woo. I have.
Yeah, they can come in and chat 'cause that's the stuff I have to do. But y'all see you in chat.
Okay, hun. Love you. Bye bye. There she is. She's grabbing the head again. Yep. We're grabbing the head again. Well, I would say that's a day. I think what the defense put out to her let her know that she has yet again perjured herself. Do migraines come on that quick? I don't know. I've never had one. I've had headaches. I get sinus headaches and they're bad. But I mean, do they come on like that all of a sudden? OJ, go in there and watch the birds. Damn it, OJ. Okay, well, they're gonna have to get her some medical attention. Okay, Madam Secretary answered me and she said, yes, yes. So can stress bring them on? My sister used to get migraines around the time of her cycle. And it was so bad, even the smallest amount of light coming through the blinds would bother her. I mean, it was horrible. Salem said she had a perjury headache. I think knowing that this proffer agreement can be yanked out from under her, which we go from 18 years to a good 30, might have been what brought on that headache. OJ, get down. Get down. Christina said stress, flashing lights, smells, caffeine, certain food additives. Well, I've been blessed because, I mean, I've had bad headaches, but I've never had anything like that because my sister, when she would get them, wow. I can't even remember what that medication was she had to take, but it was only like once a month when she had her cycle. Get down, OJ. For the love of Pete, get down. Crazy. It's just the way that, not to call Kayla a liar, even though we know she's a known liar, the way that it just suddenly came on and she had to be escorted off the stand. I think it's because it was getting too hot in the kitchen, is what I think. But that's just me. It was just too much for Kayla. Too much. Well, my understanding is they are done for the day, unless you guys heard something else. Did you hear anything else? Is that migraine going to magically disappear and she'll come back? Will they prepare another witness? Because it looked like the prosecutor was standing up and he was ready to right some wrongs. Angel said that defense lady caused it. Okay, so I heard it correctly. All right, you guys. Well, I pray that nobody gets a migraine this weekend. We will be back on Monday because no way, as tough as it is, are we not going to continue following this trial. Now, what I'm going to do on Monday is during the lunch break, I'm going to put the show into like 2 parts like I did with Gannon. So on the lunch break, we're going to do another show, another true crime show. We will be late on Wednesday morning for those of you that are not members of the channel because we're having a Valentine's Day Members Live special. It's also OJ's birthday. He will be live on camera with his cowboy hat on that Uli got him. So I hope you guys have a very, very blessed Friday. I'm blessed because you are amazing friends and I love hanging out with you. And the fact that you have followed the Harmony Montgomery case with me since January of 2022 is amazing. Now, I think Greg wants to do a Super Bowl show Sunday morning for members. We're going to have Super Bowl trivia. Mermaid won last year. I'm sure she's still loving that makeup bag she got, that CLL makeup bag that OJ and I made in the kitchen. It's just gorgeous. Like I said, low quality items at high quality prices. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best around here because you guys are the best. All right, I'll see you guys back here Sunday morning and then again on Monday morning. So, have a great weekend. Hang on. Connie says regular time, Brooks. No, because they start court at 7:45 Central my time. So 8:45 Eastern. Okay, Boston said not to stick up for her, but she may have had symptoms all day and now it's horrible. Well, I imagine the stress of having to get on the stand probably had some pre-lingering symptoms. And when the defense came after her, not that they did a great job. They were feeding her statements, not questions. So I'm pretty sure she's a hurting unit right now. Nothing like what Harmony went through. Sorry to bring up the obvious. I just don't have a lot of sympathy for Stepbeth. I just don't. Call me a bad person. I just don't. Well, maybe Jesus will touch my heart and I will look at her in a different way by Monday. But in the meantime, you have a great TGIF, a great Saturday. I will see you back Sunday morning for our Super Bowl Live. And if I miss you Sunday morning, we will have trial coverage again on Monday. You guys are the best. Love you to pieces.